we'll see how the stream goes. All right. Hello, happy Friday. Hey, Dog of Chaos, good to see you. All right, that is annoying me, and we don't need it, so I'm taking it down. Every time I walk past this thing, it makes noises. We're going to put it back up, but I want to... That was very loud. Oh, and it's loud because Minecraft is going to the wrong audio device. That's cool. Let's fix that. Yeah, the sound physics is also part of that, the echoing, but... There we go. That's less overwhelming. Okay, so... I've been thinking about what I want to do next. We haven't done this for a couple weeks because I've been playing Star Trek. And we're at a reasonable place right now as far as basic resource generation goes. I think with the exception of redstone. Redstone is still too slow. We could speed up all of these flux hammers and the flux sieve specifically for the redstone or for the dust. But everything else that we get out of this, I don't think we need that much. Awesome. Thanks, game. I don't think we need that much of all these other things, at least not right now. So my inclination is to maybe start working on Geore automation, and ideally, as part of doing that Geore automation, we want to be looking at, well, initially it might just be a quick and dirty. Yes, there is a means of exclusively getting redstone. And the pack pushes us towards this, and I've been avoiding it, right? Like, it's top center of Chapter 2 is Geores. And there's pictures of Geores over here with the AE2 automation. They want us to do Geores. There is a redstone Geore. I have to do an iron one for the quest, but with, I think with standard AE2, like, growth accelerators and all the automation that you would do in AE2 for... God, this rain is annoying. There we go. No more rain. No more rain in my Skyblock. I'm done with it. I'll leave the day-night cycle because I might care about mobs spawning or not spawning, but there's no reason to have the weather cycle going on a Skyblock. Yeah, Geores is like crystallized minerals, exactly. So I think we want to get into that, and there is a redstone Geore, which we can make easily with our foundry here. So that's one thing that I want to do. And then once we've got more redstone going, I want to... Well, I also want to get automation going for some kind of string substitute, which is probably gonna be... I was looking into this. I think the easiest option is industrial hemp, the immersive engineering industrial hemp. Because I need wool if I want to make the dents. Yeah, no reason to have it on after you have infinite water. That's true. And we do have infinite water. Although we have other ways to make water in this pack besides rain, so there's still no reason to have it on. But yeah, I want to get redstone going. We'll get a redstone Geore setup running. And then I want to be thinking about the rest of the things we need to get AE2 running properly. And that's why I want string, so we can make wool, so we can make dense cables. And ideally dense smart cable. Because then we can start thinking about our longer term. I talked about this the last time, but what I want to do is we're going to make it'll just be a 4x4 ME controller. Because that's what fits in the pig's head. But I want to blow out the top of the pig's head. We're going to put a big glass dome over the top, and we're going to have the ME controller in there with like all the cables spider webbing out of the pig's head. Because I think that would look funny. So that's what we're going to do up top. And obviously, if we're going to do that, and if we want to start pulling dense cables off of a bigger ME controller, we're going to want to have Autocrafting, and we're going to want to have all of our inputs to that process automated. So that's what we're going to have to work on slowly but surely today, is like making sure we have passive generation of all the bits and pieces that we need for automating our AE2 components. Get basic AE2 autocrafting going with all of the AE2 things running. And then we can go from there. I think this can probably go. I shouldn't ever have to manually sieve anything anymore, I don't think, especially if we're switching to Geores. And then is this gone? I think we're done with this too, actually. Oh, that wants an axe. Oops. Yeah, and all of this I'm cleaning up because I do want to put... I want to have AE2 stuff in the guts of the pig, I think. I think we'll do our, like, crafting processors in here. That still seems loud to me. Oh, it is loud. Well, there's the problem. Okay, so this space is cleaned out. We're going to have, like, crafting computers and stacks of auto crafters over here eventually. But let's work on the initial redstone Geore first. I think I want to make like 4 of these, I guess. 4 of them is easy because we can run them with this has the directional growth accelerator, which we need pearls for that. Okay. Same with the boosted growth accelerator. How annoying. So we're not doing those until we get a mob farm set up and we have pearls. Or, I guess, the other option is hostile neural networks. But we can at least make basic growth accelerators. Okay, before I do anything, actually, let's get ourselves some space. I'm considering everything that's up there right now to be temporary. Apparently we have 1 left. How annoying. Let me grab a bunch more andesite, and we're going to make a bunch of cut andesite. I'm done with the slabs. There's no reason to preserve resources, and slabs are annoying to work with, so... We're going to go down to the pig's feet, and we're going to get a whole bunch more land set up for ourselves down there. Oh, isn't there a thing that I can do for this? I saw this. There's like a place behind blocks and in midair. Oh, and it needs a feather. Oh, I don't know if I have even one feather. Yeah, I have no feathers. All right, we're not doing the angel stick. Just means I have to be able to do this. I currently have no passive mobs. I need to make a little bit of a mob farm so I can get a couple of ender pearls, and then I can, well, okay. They gave us a couple of ender pearls as part of some quests, and you're supposed to do this gate pearl and kill off the zombies and the spiders, and then it gives you some passive mobs that you can keep in a pen. And that's all well and good, except I had a skill issue, and I timed out the battle, basically, and the gate pearl blew up, and I have no more ender pearls to make another gate. So I need to make a hostile mob farm so I can get ender pearls, so I can start getting passive mobs. The other option is to try to get into hostile neural networks. Like, I would have no trouble killing off, you know, a dozen zombies and some spiders if there wasn't a timer on it. But my general approach to Minecraft combat is, you know, run away and stall and try to turn it into one-on-one fights. And I just ran out of time. I don't enjoy the combat in Minecraft, and I've never taken the time to get good at it. Realistically, is part of the problem there. Not F7, F9. Yeah, let's see what our chunk borders look like. I should really have some torches, or this is going to turn into a mob farm real quick down here, isn't it? But I don't want to start trying to set up a mob farm until I have a little more, like, automation around the rest of my life. All right, that's 7-7, apparently. $15-15. All right. Oh, and 7-15, of course, is inside this foot. My usual positions for torches. We're gonna be off grid a little bit, I think, underneath the pig. Maybe I should just accept that we're off grid under the pig and not try to do the torch grid until we're out of pig zone. All right, there we go. That should be pretty much on grid and should be good enough. Oh, no, actually not quite. I need, Oh, I'm missing one here. There we go. And here. And, oh, and it still does want one here and here. All right. 11-11, 11-11, 3-11. Yeah. And again, inside the pig's foot. All right, so that's, well, 2 chunks, basically. A lot of which is under the pig, and that's fine. All of my instincts when I'm building are to do things on odd centers, and this pig is on an even center, and that has been kind of awful the whole time, but we'll deal. Yeah, there we go. We should be able to just expand this out. Doesn't really matter which way. And get ourselves... Will this do this whole row? Oh, it will. Jeez, that's beautiful. It's going to go through all of our andesite very quickly, but... Hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. F9, that's the one I want. Let's grab a bunch more andesite. Let's get expanded out basically all the way to the left here to wherever the edge of the next chunk is. And then I'll have a couple of chunks of like flat space outside the pig that I can work in for starting our Geore automation. And that one, yep. And here. And in the corner. Okay. That is a chunk of land for us to work on. I can expand this out by a couple more chunks even if we need to do so. Let's see. All of this can go in here for now. I do want... Let's grab a couple of sands. Yeah. Do I have a shovel? Of course I don't. I don't actually care. Let's go do a little bit more cleanup here. We're going to get all this cleaned up. And then, as I was saying, we're going to pop the whole top of the head off of this. I wish tool mods would stop using the "your tool broke" sound to tell you that something upgraded about your tool. It is terrifying every time it happens, no matter how many mods, no matter how many times I've played modded Minecraft. That sound is always like, wait, my tool broke? What's going on? So we're gonna have... what should I use just as a block here? Sure, I have basalt. We'll use basalt. And I'm just templating in where the full scale controller block is going to be. Just so that when I'm building things out around here, I can see what I'm looking at. So that's going to be the controller block. And then I was thinking about using... the factory blocks. Which are just stone and iron to make a chunk of those, and then I need a chisel for... Excuse me, a chisel for them. And that'll be... I don't know if I want to do this layer that I'm on now, or if I want to do this layer. I'll have to see what the pig's like. What does the pig's face look like? Yeah, I think we want to do this layer that I'm... This layer needs to come out. And then ideally, do we want to make a... Can we just make this? Oh, we can. Perfect. Okay. Let's do... I think these are the ones I want. I think they're going to look best. Oh, or is it this one that I want? No, yeah, this one. This is obviously super important to making progress in the pack. So we're going to do something like that. And then all the rest of this is going to be like a glass dome over the top, which I may or may not have the glass for. We have some glass. We will see if it is enough. Oh, nope. That's all the glass we have. So the dome is not fully domed. I'll have to start some more glass cooking. I don't necessarily love using the vanilla glass either. We might swap this out because I'm sure there's better options. No, not chisel, chipped. Maybe not. All the chipped glass is pretty... Dunno. Might play with it. Especially if I can find a modded glass that would maybe give us like a stronger edge border, but a better connected texture that doesn't have all the noise in the middle of it. I think that would be my preference. But let's get some more glass cooking because I know we're gonna need it. Okay, now we can start thinking about our Geore automation. Let's grab... What do I want to grab here? We'll grab the basalt. We'll grab some kind of stone. I guess just cobblestone. I just need to be able to, like, see what my build layout is going to be as I'm thinking about this. So if we're going to have 4 of the Geores, and those are going to have growth accelerators around all of them, right? So that's 9 growth accelerators. And then the 4 Geores will each have... We're going to have to make annihilation planes, right? Which aren't too bad to make. We're going to have to make a bunch of annihilation cores. And then all of those need to feed into a chest somewhere. Some kind of storage, which eventually will get hooked up to the AE system. All right. So I don't think this is too bad to do. And we can start with just like 1/4 of this, right? With just one of the Geores and 4 growth accelerators instead of going for the full 4 and 9, just because we really need the redstone before we can easily make everything we need. So let's see if we can figure out how to make a redstone Geore. $900 millibuckets of molten redstone over compressed sand. And we melt what? 1 redstone makes 100 millibuckets. So it's 9 redstone. Oh, this only melts 8 items at a time. There we go, 900. Oh. Interesting. I think I was supposed to wait for that to cool before I could actually pick it up, but we appear to have gotten the Geore, so we're not going to complain. Now, for some growth accelerators, we need quartz glass. Oh, and I just used all my glass, of course. Oh, and we're going to need to make Fluix crystals, too. Ugh. Excuse me? Surely we have nether quartz. It's just maybe not hooked up to the ME system yet, because everything up here is a temporary mess. Yeah, okay. Woo! Scared myself there. Couple of buckets, and yeah, let's rebuild this. I'm gonna need this for a while longer. I got rid of it, and I now regret it. Because we're still making Fluix the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's always kind of satisfying to watch, though. So, where was I? Yeah, we want 4 of these, which means we need 4 Fluix blocks. And 8 quartz glass. Cool. So we're going to start here with the Geore. Like so. Each of those is going to need to be powered. Which is going to need... Gonna need some quartz fibers. We're gonna need some Fluix cable. We are gonna have to get power down to this setup, which is gonna stink right now because nothing is actually set up to power anything here. But we'll deal with that in a minute. And then we need an annihilation plane in the center there, looking down at this budding redstone. And then we need to power the whole thing. Oh, we actually have everything for an annihilation plane. Okay. Yeah, it says device offline. That's expected right now. And then, like, obviously this whole thing comes out to cover the whole, you know, grid of places, right? It's going to look like that long term. Yeah. What does it take to make a crystal resonance generator? It's not that expensive. Maybe that's what I should do instead of hooking all these up to the network, is because a crystal resonance generator can run a growth accelerator, right? So maybe I make... Wait a second. I heard an oink. Did we spawn some passive mobs? We spawned some passive mobs. It finally happened. The grass spawned some mobs. Okay. So this is good. Sort of. We're gonna have to figure out what to do with them. But I think these two mobs are enough. I should be able to get a, like, pig model. Yeah. So if I breed up these pigs, I can get a pig model, and then we can start getting overworld predictions from hostile neural networks. And I don't have to even make a mob farm. We just do it all with pigs. Yes! And I appreciate that that matches the base theme. Okay, so that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to breed up these pigs. Let's get our wheat out of here. Let me find... Yeah, I do have carrots. I have 1 carrot, so we're going to have to raise some carrots. But, oh, the pigs are like, hello, I see you have carrots. I actually should probably be using golden carrots as my food of choice rather than rather than bread. Can I, let me get some fences and maybe try to keep these pigs from jumping off the edge of the map. Okay. Cool. The pigs are sheltered. All right. So as I was saying, instead of running all this cable here, can we just run? Yes. Yes, we can. Whoops. All right, and we got the redstone Geore shards. Okay, good. And when I break them small, they drop pebbles. And that's good because that means that I can filter with AE. If we look at the annihilation plane, if we look at the amethyst farm example in the AE thing, this shows how you do amethyst, because amethyst drops nothing when it's small. Yeah, non-mature amethyst buds drop nothing, so an annihilation plane will always break them because a network can always store nothing. And they're saying you do this whole thing where you enchant with Silk Touch, blah, blah, blah. But we don't have to do that. We can do the normal, simple Certus farm setup here, right? Where we have our annihilation plane that just talks to a storage bus. And that's it. It's an annihilation plane that talks to a storage bus. And that gets us these redstone Geore shards. So I guess the question is, do we want to be running this off of resonance generators like this, or do I want to just... You know, what I could do... if I was feeling particularly adventurous... maybe we should just power the whole thing off of... like this. And, like, yes, the resonance generators are nice sometimes, but we're going to have power, like, nearby anyway. So I don't think it matters, really. And then all of this will come this way, this way, this way, this way. And, of course, we hit, like, here. We'll have our storage device here that this will go into. So let me get a drawer and let me make a storage plane, storage interface. All right, we need more oak because we are out of... Here, let me... Since apparently I don't have a diamond axe. All right, storage bus, which we have none of the stuff for. Couple of pistons. And a basic ME interface. All right, we're out of both the formation and the annihilation cores. Cool. This is the list of things that need to be, like, fully automated sooner than later is all of AE. Right? Because this just slows down my whole life every time I have to do this. Let that start making Fluix dust. Let's grab some quartz to bring down. And then hopefully I will also have enough of the circuits that we need. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get those made. Annihilation cores and formation cores. Okay, we do have enough of the processors. ME interface and ME storage bus. All right. And you will insert the redstone Geores. Really, that's not what we should do, though, is it? Because the redstone Geores just need to be cooked. So we want to do here with the redstone Geores. And then we need a furnace in between. Which can be a blasting one. So let's grab one of our existing furnaces. I don't feel like making another one up from scratch right now. blasting augment. I should also put a factory augment into this. But if we say auto output on, bottom is output, top is input, although the storage bus should do the right thing there. Yeah. So this needs a factory augment, and this needs a... Is it an induction card? Yeah. Let's go see if we have the stuff to make an induction card, because that'll let it power the furnace off of the storage interface, and I won't have to have extra power or whatever. All right, basic card. Flux accessor. Ooh, all right. I mean, we can make more quartz glass to make the energy accessor. But then for the flux accessor, okay, we need 2 energy processors, which are charged redstone crystals, which we make by putting a regular redstone crystal into a charger. And we make these with a block of redstone, a fluix crystal, and a... Yikes. All right. These are not cheap, but they will be soon. Really? There's one in the middle that I can't get to? Stupid. What is... Oh, that... I just picked the worst possible spot to put that. Oh, no. That's not what I meant to do. No! Pig! No! Well, guess what? You're going to be the first one to go. I am going to have to start, you know, murdering the pigs. All right, so now what do I need to do to get this induction card? For this, I need to make 2 energy processors, which is 2 printed energy circuits, which is an inscriber energy press. Which is a whole new press. All right. So I need a block of iron for that, which I should be able to just make. Oh, it's done in a charger. My bad. There we go. Really? Really? Now we can put that in with these, and we'll get our energy. Okay. And it is ad break o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let the ad break run. And when we're back, we should be able to finish getting that redstone farm set up down there. shouldn't take too much longer to get everything going. I will see everybody shortly. Okay, welcome back. We have our printed energy circuits. So this is the usual circuit building shenanigans. We only need 2 to start. Hopefully this is all we need. Let's see. Induction card. Yeah, flux accessor. And that is an induction card. And then we grab our, we're not going to have enough. These 4 generators are not going to be enough to run everything here at full speed. But, oh, I can't put the induction card in a storage bus? Well, shoot. Well, so much for that plan. I had a plan. Only an ME pattern provider or an ME interface, not a storage bus. But I think for the Certus farm, needs to be a storage bus. Maybe it can be an interface? Like, I know you can have an interface talk to a storage bus, but that's not what we want. And you can do things like this. A pattern provider talking to an interface for subnetting. That's also not what I'm trying to do here. I think this has to be a storage bus. I could try it with an interface. I can make an interface and I can see if this works. But I don't think it will. Yeah, that is pushing the redstone Geores in, which is, you know, what we expect. I should really have a wrench around somewhere. Let's make an interface and let's see if this works with an interface. And if it does work with an interface, then we'll be golden. I do also still need to make the factory augment for that so that it runs off of RF, but that's a different issue. Factory augment. There we go. And then if we make a ME interface, let's see if this works. It looks like the answer is no. It does not. It won't figure out that it can send this directly here. We have to have a storage bus. But you can't put an induction card on. All right, fine. So what we'll have to have then... So the induction card is made with this flux accessor. Yeah. So this is what we want to just do instead of a interface with an induction card in it, at least for these purposes, is we want to make... We'll make another flux accessor. Let me also grab a wrench. Do I care which wrench I use? I don't think it matters. And let's grab our last couple energy chips, and let's see if we can make this work the way it's supposed to work. It's fine. I'm just going to have two interfaces instead of one, right? Instead of one interface with a card, we're going to have one interface for... Luix cable, that should be everything we need. So if we drop another cable there, put the flux accessor on. The back set to fuel. Auto eject on out the bottom. Redstone is ignored. Augment is factory. That's all good. And then we put a storage bus here, filtered to these. What do you mean suppressed? What does that mean? Oh, I probably just have too many of them. Oh, that's right. You can only have one on a network. So yeah, I need to hook these up to real power. This might work fine once I have, like, real power here. So maybe we should just grab our... Here, let's make a new energy acceptor. And let's grab our magmatic generator. And let's grab our lava buckets. And let's see what we can do. All right, so this is... The growth accelerators are growth accelerating. And we're pushing the redstone into here. But the flux accessor isn't working right. Do I not understand how the flux accessor is supposed to work? Oh, it's only FE stored in FE storage cells. Okay, so this won't pull AE out and convert it back to FE. So yeah, this just won't work right. So I'm just going to need a separate power cable to power this. That's what I'm seeing here. And that's fine. We can do that. I also need to eat something. I'm going to grab some more lava. Let's grab energy pipes. Let's grab bread. I probably should just put FE into the system so I can use those FE thingies like that, but that's okay. We will manage without. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. And pull from there. Now do we have FE? Yes. Oh, and we have redstone. It's working. Okay, cool. Now this whole thing still needs another 5 more accelerators and 3 more Geores. And then, obviously, we'll switch it to being powered off of other things moving forward. But it does seem to be working. Yeah, and this is just slowly filling up its power buffer, which is why I think this is dropping so quickly, is because this is buffering. I don't know if we quite have enough power for this whole thing or not. But that's awesome. And this is moving very quickly. An emerald furnace with a factory card is zoomy. Sweet. I think we can make our the other bits and pieces that we need for this whole thing to run full speed. We don't need this on here. That's silly. So that's 5 more growth accelerators and 3 more Geores. And I guess I also don't necessarily need the quartz here, do I? These can just be directly connected. There's no harm in that. They'll get power either way. Sweet. And then I guess all of this down here is going to be just its own subnet, right? And honestly, we don't even need one AE channel per Geore farm. We need one AE channel for our entire drawer controller that's going to talk to all the Geore farms, which is delightful. So we're going to have however many of these, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many we need to get, okay, there's a lot of Geores. There's 27 Geores, but we probably won't run all of them on their own. Like, redstone we're going to need a lot of, so we'll run all 4 redstone Geores, but like other things, we're probably not going to need a quad setup. And we can set this up with, you know, up to 4 different Geores on them, right? They don't all have to be the same on each subnet. So and in fact, we should be able to just do that because we would have 4 annihilation planes and 4 storage buses. And that would be the 8 things we can have on one network. So we should be able to do that. All right, let's get, like I said, 3 more annihilation planes, 3 more Geores, and 5 more cobblestone thingies. Well, we got 2 annihilation planes. Get the redstone started melting there. What else do I need? Growth accelerators. And I guess I should also grab some more lava because that's running off of my magmatic generator for now. Definitely a little bit buggy with how that Geore actually gets cast. But that's all right. Oh, let me grab the Fluix cables again, too. We need those. All right, well... All right. So we're still down one annihilation plane here. But other than that, this system is fully... Well, it probably doesn't have the power to actually run itself consistently with just the one magmator. I don't know how much energy each growth accelerator actually uses. Does it tell me? No. But hey, I'm happy with that. That is redstone fully automated. So it's again, it's not hooked up to our actual system because obviously we need a bunch of cables to do that. I guess I could make a bunch of Fluix cable and get it hooked up to the pig. That is a thing that I can do. Oh, I'm out of Fluix crystals. Of course I am. Let's see. Redstone. Charged. Ooh. We're almost out of charged Certus quartz. That's bad. All right. Well, we'll have to think about that. We might need to set up a charger to, like, passively make more charged Certus quartz. We should be getting some from sieving. But, like, we have a bunch of uncharged stuff, so we should probably set up charging. Oh, you walked up and over. That's funny. You ended up back inside. Okay, pig. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, so this almost, but not quite completely fails to keep up. I think we're just on the edge of what this magmatic generator can do for us. All right, let's start thinking about AE2 automation then, and what it's going to take to be in a place where we have infinite numbers of everything. We're going to need several more inscribers. Which means a lot more logs. I think I'm going to need a fifth, or a sixth one, because we have, what, 5 different presses. Yeah, I'm going to need a 6th inscriber. So let's get that made. So this is going to end up being kind of the standard, like, AE2 honestly, like, I'm going to build exactly what's in the guidebook, because we've all seen this before. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, the processor automation. Input buffer into all your different presses, which feed the different materials into each of the different inscribers, right? And then we'll hook that up, yeah, to a pattern provider. As long as we're careful with the amount of each item in each type of export bus filtered to gold, export bus filtered to Certus, export bus filtered to diamond, and then we're going to have one more that it's an export bus filtered to whatever I need for the energy press. The charged redstone crystal. Although maybe we should just make a universal press instead and move on with our lives. Because we're pretty close to being able to make that. For now, let's not bother. I'm going to need a bunch more. Oh, there we go. I was going to say a bunch more cable, but we have it. So let me get the... What the heck is it actually called? This thing, pattern provider. What do I need to make one of those? I need a couple of crafting tables, which we can do. And then I need each of the core types, which are going to take processors that we probably don't have. Yeah, we need a couple of logic processors. Okay. So let's grab some gold ingots. Let's put one of these back on here. Scriber logic press, gold ingot. We're going to let that go for a bit. And while that is running, we can also grab some silicon. We have one more printed silicon. So this is, like I said, this is the goal today, is to get all of this stuff automated. The redstone is in service of that, because we're going to need a lot of redstone to be able to make all of our AE stuff, like, quickly. But we're going to need 4 logic processors here. And then we'll also be able to throw acceleration cards, obviously, into this system once we have... Okay. We're going to need to make a bunch of interfaces and stuff too, and we're probably going to need more inscribers over the course of getting that done. But pattern provider, regular pattern provider, formation cores, annihilation cores, pattern provider. Barrel. We're going to need what? 3, 4, 5, 6 export buses. Three storage buses, 4 storage buses, 6 export buses, 6 import buses, storage bus, storage bus, storage bus, storage bus. 4 storage buses. All right. Doing all of this without having proper autocrafting. Yeah, that's not going to happen, is it? That's a storage bus. But import buses and export buses are, yeah. Oh, we're also, like, out of iron ingots, so let's fix that problem. All right, so our inscribers are going to go... I mean, I guess we could do it, like, right here, up against this wall, right? Because, again, we're basically just going to follow the example in the book, which I should really know how to do by heart, but, you know, too many different... too many different setups. So we'll do the storage bus there. And then we're going to have a inscriber here. I'm going to need some quartz fibers to isolate the networks. Quartz fiber there. These are going to be connected. Quartz fiber there. Really, it's quartz fiber here and, like, disconnected here. Oh, but they do that with coloring. Yeah, we're not going to be able to set up the bus coloring, so we do just need a quartz fiber here. That's fine. We're going to have the barrel here, and that's going to go out to everything here, which is all of our other presses. Which should really be one taller. Yeah, let's do this somewhere else then, where we have a little bit more space. A little bit more vertical space, I mean. Which I guess is down here. All right, so let's try this again. We're going to have our storage interface. No. Try again, Brennan. Storage interface there with the pattern provider on top. We're going to have our barrel on top of that. Maybe oriented more sideways. Oh, really? I also kind of forgot that I had those helpers. How about... Really? That was behind, not on top? Okay, yeah, I needed to show that icon. Okay. And then we're going to have outputs here into one of our presses. And let's get these networks isolated where they need to be isolated. That's going to need to be an interface. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3, well, one more. This one gets the silicon press. We're going to have, let's not do the energy press. Let's do the engineering press, the logic press, and the calculation press first. And each of those are going to need their separate interfaces. This goes through here. Again, we need to quartz fiber separate it. And this is the final press. That's the final press. All right, so we need to build a bunch of interfaces here. But I think that we have the general shape of the network. We've got all the presses in place. Let me double check the example. Yes. So this is going to need to have the storage interface, and then we have our exports here, imports here to a storage interface, an export here, an export here, input, storage, import, and then we already have the storage interface here. Okay. So yeah, now we just need to make a bunch of AE2 interfaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 interfaces that then need to be appropriately configured into whatever specific interface they need to be. Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of formation cores and a lot of annihilation cores, which, yay. That is not enough for all of the interfaces we need. Oh, right. I needed to make iron. Let's check on the iron. I would say that is some iron. All right, storage bus. And the storage buses go... Yeah, import, 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 export. So yeah, everything is export, import pairs. So we have a storage bus here. We have a storage bus here. And we have storage buses on the top and the bottom here because we have import buses here. All right. So that's the storage bus. And then 1, 2, yeah, we need 5 export buses. Which needs pistons, which needs wood, and also needs formation cores, which is going to need more logic processors. Okay. Yeah, we don't have silicon. Best way to make a bunch of silicon is probably making quartz blend. If I grab a stack of sand... What's... Oh, we ran out of tiny coal. There's still a bunch of iron in this system. That is a thing that I can also fix. I should really put factory augments into all these and stop running them off coal, but that's a problem for future Brannon. Beautiful. Lots and lots of silicon. Except I put all my presses down here. Let's grab a couple of inscribers. Well, we have one spare inscriber, so I'm going to grab this one. That would normally be for the silicon. I'm going to grab one up here as well. Please. And I did not get the right press. Logic press. Let's make a bunch of logic chips. I really should have done this a while ago. I have been lazy. All right, so we're up to what, 6 pigs? Yeah, 4 adults and 2 kids. So I should be able to start thinking about making a pig model if I want to start getting overworld predictions. Yeah, we need model frameworks. Okay. I think we can probably make that happen. Let's grab some clay from our storage over here, because I'm sure it's not on the network yet. We're gonna take a little side quest while we've got these presses very, very slowly making the things that I need them to make. Let's make ourselves a pig data model, and let's start working on getting it ready to go. So... model framework. Right-click on a pig. And then we need to... very carefully... maybe not with a sword. Maybe we get an axe. Maybe that would be safer. Gonna very carefully kill a few pigs. We need to kill a total of 6. All right, and that should be 4. Excuse me? Data collected 0? What? Did I forget how hostile neural networks works? Right-click the mob. Oh, I need to have a gadget. I forgot. I do. I need the deep learner. I need the deep learner. So, yes, I did forget how hostile neural networks works, is the answer. I thought I just put the model in my hand, but no. That would be too easy. Okay. Well, now we have to wait for those pigs to grow up so we can start making more kids again. Because... All right, there's one baby. We will just let them do their breeding cooldown. How are we doing on our things here? 61, 55, almost there. Oh, let me grab a stack of redstone. I'm gonna need a stack of redstone. We have the dedicated redstone build downstairs, but I'm up here and there's enough redstone in there. So 64, 64, almost 64. And we're just going to need stacks and stacks of these to get all of our input and output buses. The other thing I need to do is I need to get a bunch of wood. Because we're going to need to make a bunch of pistons. And what's the option here? Spruce or oak? Let's just do oak. I probably should get some kind of wood passive figured out. I probably should have done that a long time ago. But not that hard to get a bunch of wood. So, yeah. That will be fine. Okay, so what do we need for the processor automation? We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 export buses. Okay. Six export buses. And it's ad break o'clock. All right, we're going to let the ad break finish. We will get the rest of these buses figured out. And then we can, we'll have our circuit crafting done, and we'll have to figure out our next goal. But having automated circuit crafting, and then I think on top of that, we just have to do, you know, some basic molecular assemblers, right? But I'll see everyone in just a couple minutes, and we'll get all the auto crafting stuff done. Welcome back. Okay, we've got 6 export buses. We also are going to need, I think, 6 import buses, and then we'll figure out what else we actually need to build. Annihilation cores, 6 of those. Pistons. Woo! Oh, we're out of cobble. Okay, that's fine. The cobble gen is also still not on the ME system because everything up here is running off of one 8-channel thing, so every once in a while I just have to grab a few stacks of cobble and drop them in the ME system. Six import buses, and then I am going to need some storage buses too, but I don't know exactly where they go, so let me get everything kind of set up, and then we'll figure it out. So we're going to have import buses there, and on the edge of the last one, which it doesn't want to let me do right now, export, export. This is the engineering press, which is diamonds. So this needs to be filtered to diamond. This one's going to be the Certus quartz. Right, because this has the calculation press. And that is, yeah, Certus quartz crystal. Export and import. Wait, these are backwards. Export, export, import, import. We have an export here. We have an export here. This one is going to be silicon. This one is going to be redstone dust. We're going to have an import bus here, and that'll run over to the storage bus on this. We're going to have an import bus here. We've got one more set of export and import buses because I need to climb up on some scaffolding and get a little bit higher up here. And then I think I just need 2 storage buses for this inscriber. And then let's grab our inscribers up here. Let's grab some blocks to be scaffold and some fluix, and then we should be good to go. So, inscriber here. And that is going to have the silicon press in it. Oh, I'm missing the energy press and one more inscriber, which I think I built. They're just not. Yep. And then the energy press is used with charged redstone crystals. And the logic press is used with gold ingots. Ta-da! Cool. So this whole thing is just needs to be hooked up. I'm going to need more to make more Fluix cables. But I should be able to hook this up, like, up here into the side of the pig. Yeah, kind of right there. Let's go make some more Fluix cables. Oh, I'm out of Fluix crystals. All right. Boy, yeah, we're going to have to start charging Certus quartz. Oh, and I didn't hook up the last couple storage buses, but that's okay. Eventually, this will be hooked up to a high-density cable that comes through here from the larger pig brain. For now, though, that's what we've got, and it will have to suffice. So, everything here says it's online. We've got our pattern provider, so we do need to encode the patterns then for this to be able to make each of the different circuit types. So let's get a pattern. Pattern encoding terminal? Yes. Which we're going to need an engineering processor for. Oh, we're once again out of small coal on this whole setup because We still haven't gotten anything hooked up there. Coal. Oh no, I just do this. I remove all these things. Okay. In theory, I should be able to drop, like, a stack of silicon and a stack of diamond and a stack of redstone into that system, and it'll craft, even though there's nothing ordering the craft yet. Like, it should work if I put it in the barrel. Oh, I didn't grab diamond. Oops. Wireless terminal would be really nice. Yeah, stack of diamonds. Let's try this. If we throw all of these in. This is not set correctly. There we go. And then we should have this one here running silicon recipes. And why are we not running? We're not running. So, like, this is working. This one's working. This one's not working. Printed engineering circuit, printed silicon circuit, redstone dust, and an inscriber. Is it because it thinks that it wants to export? If I, like, take off the export, is it going to be happy and will it run? Nope. Did I do something silly with this? Why? Is it a matter of not getting power to it? No, that shouldn't be it. It says device online. Why am I so bad at applied energistics? Yeah, I probably do want that to be set to be sided. That's fine. Right. Let's empty this. Let's set this to be sided, and then if we put our output here, which I can't do, let's put one diamond here, one silicon here, and one redstone here. Oh, okay. This doesn't count as being powered. It doesn't power through here. So I do need a couple more. Okay. Okay, that's the issue. This just needs to be powered. It's interesting that it is not super clear about that, but fine, I'll take it. At least it's an easy fix. And in that case, we can drop all of these things in their appropriate places to let that start going, and I just need to grab a quartz fiber so I can get power to this. Now it's running. All right. Well, it was running. What did I even need engineering circuits for? I've already forgotten. Well, we're going to need them to make a bunch more controllers, so that's a thing. But I think also... Yeah, we need them for co-processing units. Probably not for crafting storage. No, we need them for ME drives, though. Yeah, we're going to need them for a bunch of things. So it is good to have them. But I think it was the pattern encoding terminal that I was starting at. How did we get to 39% and then stop? Okay, it runs when I have it connected on this side to the Fluix cable directly. Oh, it's cause, okay, you know what? We can fix this. That's what we need to do. And then we can hook the quartz fiber up to this side and hook the import bus up here. There we go. And now it's still running. It's because you can actually only access 5 sides of this because you have the fancy automation on the front. Or animation, not automation. There we go. I figured it out. I'm an idiot. Okay. Cool. We have engineering thingies. Let's work on the pattern encoding terminal, because that is... ME terminal, ME crafting terminal, ME pattern encoding terminal. All right, now we can processing pattern. And we're going to have to do all of the processors, right? And none of that is correct. It's going to be gold ingot plus redstone dust plus silicon. Oh, and I need to make blank. Yeah, I need to make blank patterns. Oh, let's make a pattern access terminal as well. And then we can get the pattern encoding terminal and a blank pattern. Okay. Pattern access terminal is an illuminated panel and a pattern. Oh, an advanced pattern provider? No. Regular ones work too. Oof, I was scared for a second there. All right. Pattern access terminal, which we will put right here. It says it's just called barrel. That's not that useful, but now we should be able to grab a blank pattern, which is one of the first things that we should encode into the system, I guess, but we'll get all the processors going first, and then we'll work on other stuff. All right, that's one. That's two. Calculation processor is a Certus crystal. And then the last one, the energy processor, is charged redstone crystal. Okay. So what do we got? We've got engineering processors and logic processors. We don't have calculation processors. So if I say I want 20 of these, okay, it's saying we're missing the silicon. And that's expected because we haven't set up the ability to craft silicon yet, but I should have a bunch of it in here. Yeah. And we can dump that into our system, and it will be available next time. All right, so now if I say I want to make a bunch of calculation processors, let's make a stack of them. Oh, we don't have redstone dust. That is also something that we can add to the system, because this is just over here running. Oh, it's out of power. So these 3 stacks are all we get. Obviously, everything still needs to be hooked up to power. Obviously, the drawers here need to be hooked up to the system. I got to get a drawer controller figured out and onto a storage bus here. Bunch of things still to do, but we are making good progress. All right, so now if I say, hey, can we do a stack of these? Oh, no crafting CPUs are available. Yep, okay. That is the next thing then. Growth accelerator, we've already done. Patterns. Okay, crafting CPUs. Or crafting storage, really. We're going to make a bare minimum one, I guess, to start with. Which is going to be a crafting unit. Oh, okay. So we are going to have to make some calculation processors by hand then. Funnily enough. Let's grab a stack of Certus. Let's grab a stack of redstone. And let's grab a stack of... what's the last thing? Silicon? And all of that I can just drop in the barrel by hand. And this should be the last time I have to manually... Yeah. All right, this should be the last time I have to manually build any processors. We should have them all now, like forever. So, crafting unit. Crafting unit. $1K storage component. I mean, can we do a 4K? I don't see why not. Do I dare go up to a 16K? All right, 16K crafting storage. That should be overkill for everything we need at this point. So in theory, I can drop this anywhere on my network, right there for now. Now if I look at... Well... Cool. So we can make the processors. We can't do anything else, but we can make processors. I think the next thing then is to start getting some... Well, let's make a couple more controllers, actually. That would be nice. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. What do I need for skystone block? I smelt skystone, and I get skystone from smelting skystone dust. All right. All of this skystone right up here. I'm assuming this whole system is still out of fuel. Yeah. Oh. Let's grab some more coal. And this is probably the last time that I fuel these up, because moving forward, we're switching everything over to... We're gonna start getting everything on... onto the Fluix network and onto all these are going to get factory augments, and everything is going to run as on a pattern provider, so that we actually have auto crafting for all this stuff. But there we go. Okay. So now we should be able to start thinking about getting a bunch more pattern providers in. Eight pattern providers and 8 molecular assemblers. Five molecular assemblers. 2 molecular assemblers. Well, we can at least make more formation cores. Okay, and then all of that, I need a little more Fluix cable, and we'll be able to get it all hooked up. Device online. They're blinking. They're blinking. So let me get some wood, and then I can make those last couple of crafting tables that I need to make the last couple of molecular assemblers and get this multi-block finished up. But we should also now be able to encode crafting patterns for like the formation core and the annihilation core. And those go into our molecular assembler patterns. And I'm going to have to make a bunch more. I mean, blank patterns would be the next thing to encode, right? blank patterns, and then for those, we also need quartz glass. And those can go right in there as well. Woo! I guess Fluix cable? I mean... yeah, the Fluix cable gets encoded, and the quartz fiber needs an encoding. That should be everything I need to, like, technically get things going, I think. Oh, here, let's sleep before I get my face eaten by phantoms. I don't know how long it's been. Sweet. And then I can expand this multi-block with more coprocessors if I need to. Although right now... yeah, I mean, eventually this is going to become a dense cable, right? And I'll have more than one of these crafters probably set up over here. For now, this cable can power this multi-block fine. Okay, but this is huge, because this is now to the point where, like, a lot of the stuff that I mean, look, I can just say that I want to make a stack of these, and it's like, hey, you don't have enough glass to do that. And I'm like, well, shoot, I need to make glass available to the network. I probably don't actually need to make 64 blank patterns right now. We can make like half a stack. Oh, no, we can't. We only have 16 glass, and we need more. Can we do this? Yes. Oh, it's done already. Jeez. I'm gonna have to think about, like, what other bits and pieces of AE we want to have crafting patterns for. I mean, I guess I can encode the ME controllers, because we're gonna need to make a bunch more of those eventually. We are going to have to set up auto-crafting for Fluix crystals. which there's kind of a example set up in the AE guidebook to do, and I'm just going to duplicate what they have set up there because I don't think it's going to be too hard to do that way. And then this needs to get powered. So maybe I should make a bunch of... Well, no, this needs to be powered in a way that isn't Fluix, which is going to be the more annoying part, is powering these furnaces. So maybe what I should think about is getting a little bit of FE into the Fluix network. Into the ME network, because we have... Yeah, the applied flux stuff. And I can make a bare minimum, as long as this hardened insulating resin isn't too difficult to make. That's just annoying. That's an annoying recipe. It's not hard, it's just annoying. Slime balls are hard, actually, but yeah, we'll have to think about that. I guess there's always the metallurgic infuser option. Although it looks like we also do have slime essence in mystical agriculture, so maybe that's the way to go. It's Prudentium tier. Oh, and it needs a solium seed base, and it has to be a slime soldier. Okay, so I can't, like, make slime balls using the create recipe and then make slime essence from that, unfortunately. I'll have to come up with a better way. Darn. But yeah, I need to set up, I need to get the charger automation going. That's a whole thing, I think. And then I also need to get, yeah, I think I want to get the charger automated and get the... So if we look at the charger, yeah, we can automate it just in and out, top and bottom, right? It's pretty straightforward to do that. And then we've got this automation as well that we can copy from their setup for how to do Fluix. And that'll get us the Fluix going, as well as a charging recipe. Okay. I think those are the next things to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to hit the ad break button now and step away for a minute. I need to get a little bit more water and use the restroom. And then when we're back from that ad break, we'll finish getting the bits and pieces of having AE2 automate itself, and then we can look at other things. I will see everybody soon. All right, we're back. Sorry, I think I forgot to flip the screen over to the I'm away screen. All right, so we need to get kind of the rest of AE2 automated, which means we want a charger that's automated, and we want a... Oh, let me go grab a wrench, because then I can just pick up that with shift right click instead of... There we go. So, getting the charger automated, we're going to need another pattern provider. Did I automate pattern providers yet? No. Let's do that. Pattern provider. And did we do crafting tables yet? From oak planks, that's fine. And then I should also automate oak plank from oak log. And then we just have to get oak logs into the system with any sort of regularity, and we'll be able to do everything we need with wood. Cool. So now I should be able to say that I want a pattern provider. And it's going to be like, oh, nope, we need more logs. Well, we don't want to craft 2 of them. It still says we need more logs. Okay. So let's, well, I mean, I can hand insert a bunch of logs for this craft for now. Obviously, longer term, we want to get wood being generated automatically, right? All right, half a stack for now. We'll at least get everything running. Oh, let's also automate sticks from planks. Because I know I'm going to need that at some point, too. Now I should be able to say, make a pattern provider. We actually are going to need 2 of them. Boom. So one of these is going to work with the charger, and one of them is going to work with water automation. So for the charger one, we got a bunch of stuff that we should encode here. Import bus. Pistons. ME export bus. ME storage bus. which also needs an ME interface. Okay. Whoops, did not mean to get rid of that charger. So for charger automation, the pattern provider can spit out, I think, in one direction. So we really just need a, what? We need a import interface. And we need a storage interface. And then we're going to need some quartz fiber, probably more than that, actually. So let's issue a craft. Oh, we're out of glass. We're going to have to get some smelting recipes on the network soon. All right, hopefully that's enough stuff that we can get this going. So for a charger, what are we going to have? We're going to have a charger here. Pattern provider on top. Pointed into it. We're going to have an import bus here and a storage bus here. And then, like, that thing needs to be hooked up. And then if I put in a pattern in here to charge, it ought to work. Except that device is offline. Oh, because I need... Yeah, we need... quartz fibers. Here. Now that's online. That's online. So if we encode a pattern for charged Certus quartz... from a regular Certus quartz. And we put that in the charger. And then we say, hey, we want... Okay, they're coming through. Not quickly, but they're coming through. Whoops. Just so it knows the job is completed, since I stole one of its... Yeah. All right, so this, like, needs some ways of making it faster, but we can make charged Certus there now. And then the last thing is going to have to be What's blinking at me, by the way? What did I do that this is happy about? Ah, here we go. Growth accelerator. And something in basic storage? Really? Oh, I made a barrel. Apparently that is worthy of a reward. And some H&N stuff. Ooh, and I got packing tape. That's useful. All right, so we have our pattern provider. We're also going to want to have a annihilation plane and a formation plane. Both of which I should just encode in the terminal. Now I can say that I just want you to make me a formation plane. So if we think about the example for the throwing in water automation, yeah, an interface, formation plane, a storage bus, and an annihilation plane. All right, and then I'm also going to need a bucket of water. And it doesn't have to be glass, does it? But we'll use glass. And again, we're just going to keep doing this stuff like right down here because it is as good a spot as any. So if we put our formation plane here, block will be dropped as item. And is this pick not Silk Touch? I think I updated the mod pack, and I think I lost my Silk Touch from Amethyst. Like, it appears that this is not silky anymore. So they may have gotten rid of that. I know they did make some changes with Silent Gear in the mod pack update. So I think I lost my Silk Touch. All right, annihilation plane. And then that comes over here. We're going to have our pattern provider here. This needs to have a... Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the interface. Annihilation plane. Did I not make a storage bus? Did not make a storage bus. Interface goes here. Formation plane is set to drop items. If I can manage to right-click it. Drop items. So then we just need a storage bus that is appropriately set to filter for the... Yeah, filtered to the outputs of the patterns. And then interface in its default configuration. And then, yeah, we need to have power across everything. So that's like a quartz fiber here and here to get everything power. That just annihilated the water because I don't have a filtered storage bus. Where did that water go? Well, I don't know. Woo! My health is a problem. I need to eat. All right, storage bus, and this will be filtered. Fluix crystal. Let's grab another bucket of water. And let's see if our annihilation plane once again annihilates it. No, now it's filtered properly. Okay. Good. Something's not in the right place, and I think it's you. Now we should be able to put a pattern provider in here for Fluix crystals. So, processing pattern. What? Why? In-world transformation. This is what we want. Charged quartz, redstone, 2 Fluix. Good. And then... it's not seeing that pattern provider. Possibly because it's just pointing to an interface, so it doesn't know what machine, quote-unquote, to filter it under. Let's see if that was what we needed, though. Does it see it now? No, it doesn't see it. Oh, because this is a subnet. Oops. Yeah, that's not the main network. We need to put that there and that there. Now that should be on the network. And if we're doing that up there, we don't need these ones anymore. Right? Because we're passing through here, there's power, and there's power connections there and there. I think that's right. We'll find out shortly. All right, it does think that we can make them. So if I say, make 16 of you, it's like I need 8 of all these things. It knows it's running. Hey, it worked. It worked! So is that the last, like, basic applied energistics thing that we needed? Probably. I think it would be good to get a... Well, this system needs power. So I think that has to be the next... The next thing... Oh, and I need one more annihilation plane here. Which I should be able to just make now. Yeah, annihilation plane, make one of them. And then we're also going to need a bunch of glass cable. Because what we want to do is grab off of here, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe I want to just stay higher up in the air. Okay. So there's that part. And then I need to get power to this furnace. And what is that going to mean? That is going to mean that this furnace needs to be hooked up to this network via the applied flux stuff. So we're going to have a flux accessor. Can import or output energy stored in your ME network. They don't have IO limitations by default. They have fast and normal. Yeah, so I think we need to make an FE storage cell and then a second flux accessor. And this is going to be like, hey, we can't make charged redstone crystals. Okay. So let's get charged redstone crystals then. Because that's... Whoops. Nope, not that one. In the charger. Processing pattern for that. And then making the redstone crystals. Charger. Making the charged redstone crystals. And this one... And I need to add redstone crystal to the allow list for that interface here. And now if I say I want to make one of these, it's going to be like, hey, we're missing blocks of redstone, which is just a crafting recipe. But I need more. We're out of power. Excuse me? What? Why? How? Okay. Yeah, things are screwy. I mean, I can definitely... Maybe I just need to put another upgrade tier in this cable. Although... We're already on the advanced pipe upgrade, and the ultimate pipe upgrade is expensive. But let's see if we can manage. Because, yeah, we're not buffering any energy here. I mean, it's probably all these growth accelerators. Which, like, is fine, but we might have to just turn this off for just a little while. I don't think we're making enough FE to run that. Are these starting to buffer now? Yes. Okay, so yeah, that's the problem. Fine. All right, now can I ask you to make the flux accessor, make the energy processors we need? There they go. Look at that. Crafting 1, scheduled 1, crafting 2. There we go. It's all working. Oh, and I'm almost dead again. Eventually, we will set up Apotheosis, and we will no longer need to we'll have like Feather Falling 10 or something, and it just won't be a problem. But for now, oh wait, no, I want that one connected. There we go. Okay, so that should be pushing flux into the successor. And then I probably do need a storage in the middle because... Actually, I'm not sure if I do or not. We'll find out when we go down there. Ooh, stop. Yeah, all right. So this isn't charging yet. So I probably do need to put a little bit of flux, like, storage in the middle for it all to work. Or I'm misunderstanding how flux accessors work, which is also possible. But we need to make this flux. We'll make some quartz glass, hardened insulating resin. Oh, right, which is just an annoying recipe. Water buckets I can make. Cactus I apparently have some. Slime balls just mildly annoying. Let's see. Wheat flour into... dough. And then if I want to make... lime dye. Why is our power blinking again? Oh, because I hooked this back up. Of course. Because of how I did this. Here, let's be more reasonable. There we go. Because I'm just trying to figure out how to get that flux accessor working right. I'm not trying to do anything else. All right, there's a slime ball. And I needed that for, oh boy. We need 3 of these. Oh, each of these needs a slime ball just on its, ugh. Okay, this is awful. This is not worth it. I'm deciding now that this is not worth it, at least not with what I currently have easily accessible in my farms. So what is plan B for getting power everywhere gonna be if it's not gonna be applied flux? I mean, it's gonna be flux points or... Right? Like, that's... Yeah, flux cores. We're gonna have to get a bunch of stuff up and running if we want to be able to farm flux cores. I guess we might be able to get endstone being made. Is that a thing we can do? Lava plus glowstone dust in a barrel makes endstone, which we can crush and sieve for ender pearls. And then I have plenty of blaze powder, so it's really just the ender... Oh! Well, in that case, we might actually be able to get ender... I don't know, 1 second. We have a barrel, right? Yeah. Let's see about getting some endstone, like, manually sieving. Because we should be able to pull lava out of the lava gens. Right into barrel. Cool. Let me find a hammer. Sure, it'll be the stone hammer. Not ideal, but you know what? It's only for 12 things. What do we get? We got 1 ender pearl, a little bit of draconium dust. If we want to get into... Oh, hey, cool. It gives us a little more. Yeah, if we want to get into flux... Do we have a... Yeah, we do. Here we go. Flux networks. 4 flux dust. Okay, so we need a block of... Oh, it can be 2 blocks of obsidian. And then a stack of redstone. And then... Yeah, okay. We can do that. Let's do 2. They're small. Um... Oh, do I have to be lower for this to work? Can I not do it up at this altitude? That would be annoying. All right, let's do this first. Oh, we got a bunch of Eye of Enders already. Oh, it has to be compressed obsidian. My bad. Compressed obsidian, obsidian, redstone. Flux dust. And I'm going to do this twice, just so we have plenty. There's probably a way that you can do all this with AE. We lost our obsidian there, though. All right, flux dust, done. Oh yeah, automated flux dust. Oh, bees is what it says to do. Okay. So flux cores. And then a flux block. We're just going to work through the quests here. And then a flux plug, which needs more flux. I mean, what am I doing? We have... flux plug. Then this is just telling me how to actually use flux networks. And then excess network power with a flux point. Yes. And we will encode flux points. So now, if we drop our flux plug up here on like our main power network, not what I meant to do, but you know what? Sure. Name of the network is main power. All right. This is main power in on this flux plug. And then I'm not on the wireless charging. I'll need to deal with that. But now if I go ahead and grab this flux point, we should be able to apply power to this system here just by like bop. Yes, and you are going to be called what? Redstone generator. Sweet. So other than the fact that we can't actually run this thing at full speed because it's way too power hungry, we do have... I can bring a bunch of redstone into the base. I should get a storage controller figured out. I don't know if I actually need to encode that path, but I mean, yeah, I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just say, hey, we want to craft this. Let me grab some nether quartz for it. Also should get more pigs going. Let's see, nether quartz is over here somewhere. This one? Yeah. I should be able to just add a storage bus to this, right? And configure it? Yeah, to both of these. Let me just do that. Let's be less silly and let's make a couple of storage buses. Now I should be able to access all of our nether resources consistently. How are we doing on channels over here, though? 1, 2, 3, 4. This flux accessor I don't care about anymore, so let's take it off. Whoops. I don't know if the energy acceptor counts as a channel. This is a channel for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. All right, we're gonna be okay. And then all of these are high priority. Okay. Oh, we have so much ancient debris. Jeez. I mean, I'm happy about that. It's a good problem to have. Let's encode 2 different kinds of carrots. I have multiple kinds of carrots. Let's make a golden carrot pattern. I'm going to allow substitutions, which I think is what I need to do for ensuring that, like, the NBT stuff just doesn't matter. And then obviously we need a gold nugget recipe. So now if I search for golden carrot, I can say, hey, make me a bunch of golden carrots. Yep, and it sees. It sees I have 2 different types of carrots, and it's going to use them both. Perfect. Beautiful. Love to see it. Now, I already forgot what I needed blocks of nether quartz for, though. I've completely forgotten what I was trying to do. Oh, storage controller. Yes. Storage controller. And we need a linking tool, which just needs another oak drawer. And let's just work our way through the upgrade tiers here. Oh, whoops, I was already sitting on a copper upgrade. Oh well. Because when I drop this down here, I'm expecting... Yeah, there we go. Now this has a huge freaking range, and I can connect it to whatever I want. I could even go up to a netherite upgrade. So this is what I wanted. Except we're not going to put this here. We're going to put it up top, and we're going to grab a storage bus, and then we can start linking everything up to it. Love it. Storage bus, done. What's a good place for this? Where do I have channels to spare? I mean, I guess right here, arguably. So now I can start hooking up every place that I have drawers that I have available with stuff in them. Which I guess is just those two plus the one down below. For now. But I should now be able to see all my andesite, I should be able to see netherrack, and I should be able to see cobblestone when I search in here, right? If I'm like nether... Yeah, look at it all. And then this storage bus is going to be priority 2. And that's because when there's stuff that we have drawers of, I want it to be generally available to this. I want it to prefer to put things into the drawers rather than into any of the other places where it could potentially optionally go. That is just wrong. Because we have the chests, right, that are the output of our whole sieving setup, and we don't want those to be preferred over the drawers. That's what I'm trying to say. What does this think I did? Oh, flux dust. Cool. Oh, and it gave me a bunch of stuff for the mod, too. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Storage. I'm sure you're happy that I made a controller and a linking tool. And it's telling me all the fancy things that I can do, but for now, we don't really care about any of those. And then for the netherite upgrade, I need a smithing template, which, like, we can get, but we need some apotheosis stuff, and that means we need a proper mob farm before we're going to be able to do any of that. Oh, I can do even better, can't I? I can do all the modium carrots instead of, I mean, sure, why not? Now if I'm like, hey, make me carrots. Aha. What do we get? Oh, 10 ultimate universal cables. That's actually pretty cool. So we are in a pretty good place. We do need to get an ultimate pipe upgrade sorted out. And I'm hopeful that this is going to be enough to let us turn back on the redstone system if we get in here and upgrade this. It can now do 128,000 FE. Is that enough for the energy acceptor? Maybe. We'll find out. Let's grab our cables and quartz fibers, and let's see if the system can keep up now. I somehow doubt that it will, but you know what? I'll turn this back on. We've got this flux point running. And let's see how quickly we're draining the batteries in this system. I mean, we're keeping up. No, we're not. So we're still draining faster than we're able to insert. And at 128,000 FE a tick, we're going to be draining our battery very quickly, too. We should see this, like, going down. It's really not, though. So are we hitting, like, the limits of the energy acceptor's ability to... I might have to do a little bit of Googling about, like, how much energy can an energy acceptor actually accept, etc. It's ad break o'clock, though. We'll go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back, I gotta figure out what my next task is. I'll see folks shortly. All right, welcome back. I think our problem is our energy cube can only output so much so quickly. And none of the quests are telling me exactly what the rate is. But, like, we're keeping up with charging the energy cube, but everything is discharging on this side. Which tells me that it's the energy cube's output that's just too slow. Because this is going to be, like, dead again, right? Yeah. So I think that is our issue. Let's take this apart so it can recharge itself again. How did I get a gold ingot out of this? I don't know. Well, I do know, because none of my drawers are locked. That's a thing that I need to do. Let's do that first. Let's make sure our drawers are all locked. And then after that, we can see about either making another energy cube or upgrading that one. I don't know how much I want to get into mechanism right now. Or maybe we can find a different power buffer from a different mod. I think that's everything that needs to be locked. Okay. So that'll fix that issue. If I make another, what? If I want to make another basic energy cube, or the advanced energy cube, all right, needs the basic cube, plus a bunch of infused alloy, and some osmium. The elite cube starts as an advanced cube and needs reinforced alloy. The ultimate cube needs atomic alloy. And then you get creative and we need blocks of unobtainium. Yeah. Okay. So do we set up a mechanism infuser on our AE system? That might be the thing to do. Because I think I do have one somewhere. Maybe it's in storage. Nope. All right. Apparently, I have not made a metallurgic infuser. Or if I have, I don't know where I put it. And then we're also going to want a pattern provider. So let's make one of those. Let's make a few more blank patterns because we're going to need those. Never mind, we need glass. And I didn't bring a wrench. Side config, bottom is output. Actually, input output is what we want. Top can be energy. I'll drop a flux point on it. And then the thing that I need is if we're going to make the infused alloy, we also need to be able to pass like an appropriate amount of redstone into it. I've done this before, but it was a long time ago. We definitely want to do this first, though, because it's basically free. So but we need to be able to make the basic control circuits for that. Also, do I have any osmium? I have a little bit. I have lots of osmium ore, so that's good. Let me get some more tiny coal going, and then I can drop some osmium ore into the processor. Because my ore processing is still very manual. But not for long. We're getting closer to where, well, ultimately everything is just going to be Geores. That's the goal. But we should be able to grab a stack of osmium ore here. Throw that into the system. And, okay, we can't mill the... Let me grab a wrench. We'll just bypass the mill for the osmium. We don't. I don't know if I care at all, really, about all of the milling stuff that I was trying to do there to, like, get our highest possible yield, because the system is just so fast anyway. All right, bunch of osmium. Let me make another pattern provider. I've got a bunch of stuff I need to make. Pattern provider. Let's do that first. We need the enrichment chamber. Right. And we need to infuse osmium ingot with redstone for that. So if we grab some redstone... Oh, and I need to make the flux point. I didn't make a flux point. Flux point on. Attached to the main power network. Good. So now, if we throw redstone in here, I should be able to grab some osmium ingots. Yes, and start getting the thing that I care about. Auto eject on to the bottom output. All right, and then back is going to be the extra. And what we're going to do is for, like, everything that can go into the metallurgic infuser. So, like, biomass is one thing, diamond is a thing, biofuel. All right, well, maybe not everything. But, yeah, biomass, diamond, redstone, fungi, carbon. We might not set them all up initially, but once we can make our enrichment chamber, yeah, it does seem like the issue is our ability to push power out of this energy cube. So getting more into mechanism is going to help us with our power problems, I believe. Are we back online? We're back online. So, as I was saying, enrichment chamber, which is going to have its own pattern provider here. Oh, and I'm also going to need some other bits and pieces. We're going to need some blank patterns. We're going to set a processing pattern for enriched redstone. And then we also want to have a processing pattern for the infused alloy, which is not going to have the redstone at all as a list. It's just going to be copper, because the redstone part is going to be handled by actually, you know what? Maybe the way to do this, can I clear a processing pattern? How do you clear a processing pattern? Okay, I just put it in here. Nope, it doesn't like that. Well, maybe I just do what I was going to do anyway. And we'll decide if it ended up being a bad idea. So... yeah, we need an export bus, which we might have. Nope, but we can make it. And we need a crafting card. Which we're gonna need, so let's just get that set up here. Okay. So I think we got everything we need here to get this stuff hooked up. We're gonna have... this with its export bus set to enriched redstone with a crafting card. And then this is going to be able to do this. Now here, enriched redstone goes in you. You are going to auto-eject out the bottom. Energy out top, and I need to grab another flux point. And I think that'll do the trick. I could probably have one flux point run both of those guys, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's grab some energy pipes, and we'll just do one flux point for all of the mechanism machines here. They don't use that much power. Okay, so this is gonna make the doodahs, which are gonna come into here in theory. And we should see this increase its amount of redstone. Hey, yeah, it works. Okay. And that means that we should be able to request infused alloy now. And this thing will just keep itself stocked with whatever it needs. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm happy with that. Let's just grab all of our, like... quest rewards, and let's see about getting a little more power bandwidth through the system. So we've got a basic energy cube up there right now. Make a couple of energy tablets. What do I need to upgrade my basic energy cube to an advanced energy cube? I need 4 infused alloy, which we can request. Oh, no crafting. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem. This crafting CPU is, well, for one, we're having power issues. But for two, I think that the crafting CPU is always going to be in use. Did I put away my energy pipes? Oops. I don't think this can actually output 128,000 every tick, but like, whatever. Hopefully having these things running in parallel is enough. To keep everything running. So the other thing I should be able to put in this one is the, it's not called a processor. What was it? Control circuit. Here we go. Because, yeah, that's just redstone in the metallurgic infuser. So we should be able to put in a pattern for that, for mechanism stuff, moving forward. But let's see. Are we maintaining power now? We have 0 FE stored. Yeah, and this is running, like, automatically It's dumping all of its energy right now because these two energy cubes are trying to charge themselves, which is fine. I'm fine with that. What I'm struggling with is why we're having so much power issue. All right, well, it's trying. Nope, and we're offline again. I mean, everything here is fully buffered, right? Yeah. Max power. Channel passive drain, 8A attack, energy generation. Why is that number so low? That's what I want to know. Like, why are we only pulling 80 FE a tick? We should be able to push more than that out of... Maybe not. Maybe that is the issue. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this one wasn't actually outputting yet. So yeah, I think we were hitting an energy, like, just bandwidth limit with this pipe, or with this basic energy cube, really. So now if we look at our controller, are we going to see that we're pulling, like, significantly more power? There we go. Energy generation, 140 a tick. That's what we want to see. No crafting CPUs are available, right? Because we're crafting enriched redstone all the time. I'm going to switch this over to only requests by players for now. We should get our infused alloy back. I guess I can double check the automation is actually working correctly for that. Oh, it's running. All right. So now we should be able to make another advanced energy cube. Yes. Let's make another basic upgrade here. Actually, you know what? Let's make a bunch of these. Because it seems like we're not actually pushing that much power per second out of a single cube. I don't know what the number per tick actually is, but like these don't have to be high-level upgrades, I think is what I'm seeing here. I think 8K a tick is more than enough. And then we'll convert our third one into an advanced cube, and hopefully they'll be able to spit out enough energy for us to be running. This thing is running continuously right now. It just doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's running continuously. It's just going to take a while for it to store, you know, 18 million FE or whatever we need stored. All right, again, we need to make some infused alloys. And then hopefully with 3 of these, sort of as our power buffer, that gives us enough power throughput that I can turn back on the redstone generator. That's really the thing that I need to see, is that we can make the redstone generator, like, work. Oh, I need one more energy tablet too, which means we actually need to make... We're going to have to make a couple more of the alloys, because I needed to make one more tablet, although I might get one for free somewhere. Whoops, I don't know what I just clicked on there. The cool parts. Oh, here we go. Mechanism stuff. Yeah, we're not going to make steel with mechanism. We have better ways to make steel. Just waiting for that other infused alloy, and then we'll get this one in the system as well. With one of these and some of these. I should really move away from the energy pipes at some point, but like I said at the start of the stream, everything up top is still effectively temporary, and we're not going to worry too much about it. Okay, but that should now be able to spit out stupid amounts of, well, I don't know how much is actually stupid amounts, but a lot more power than we could output before. Oh, here we go. Max output, 12,000 KFE a tick, it says. Which is more than this 8192, so I guess I should upgrade those all to diamond cards. Cool. So in theory, we can output like 36 KFE a tick now. Don't know if that's actually true, but let's try it. Let's get our Fluix cable here. And let's hook this system up again. I'm glad that I did, because we're out of redstone. But now if we go check our power, let's see what we're seeing. Should be able to keep up. Energy usage, energy generation, the same. Max power, like 73,000 FE. Our usage is 263. And our generation, okay. That's working fine. Is it working fine? Yes. We see this number go down a lot and then like jump up, which is weird, but it works. It does work. I need another crafting storage on the system because I need one for the autocrafts. Oh, crafting storage is not... Okay. Well, we'll make that. And we'll make one of these. And we'll do this. And this can go right here. Only for requests by automation. There we go. So that'll run in the background for... Right now, it's just the mechanism that is running autocrafts. It wants to make enriched redstone to keep this metallurgic infuser topped up. But we might have other such things in the future. And we'll have some just like 1K crafting computers for those sorts of processes. Okay. So I think the next thing to do is probably to make more of these setups. Because we've got one here for redstone. And this emerald furnace is more than fast enough. But we want to move away from needing to rely on sieves for other things. Maybe? Although maybe what I should work on is... I don't know. I honestly don't know. Oh, I can't do feathers from generalized overworld predictions, can I? Darn. We can make rotten flesh. We can make a bunch of things with them. We can make bones. We can make prismarine. Yeah, but we can't do feathers. We have to have chicken predictions for that. That's annoying. All right. Well, maybe I'm not going to push into HNN yet then if it's not going to get me what I need. I think I'm going to have to set up a mob farm. I've been trying to avoid it, but we're just going to have to do it. And it's going to be a really crappy mob farm because without feathers, I can't make the width upgrades, so we're going to have to make a lot of fans, which is just silly. Make a bunch of those. Let's make a bunch of blocks of redstone. All right. And I do already have a mob masher. Aren't there mob conveyors on the ground? Oh, maybe. There are. Are those cheaper than... Oh, those are a lot cheaper than the fans. And mobs can spawn on them. Yeah, I probably... Well, no, but these need slime. I don't have slime. Slime is still wishful thinking. I could probably set up a wheat farm and automate some of the create stuff to get slime going regularly. I think for slime, I need specifically slime predictions, not generic overworld predictions, unfortunately. Yep. Sadness all around. But it's fine. We'll use the mob fans. It's not the end of the world. And let's make ourselves another diamond stick. This one's nearly dead. Yeah, we'll make a fresh one. Just to have it. And then I think I'm also going to need... What? What else do I need here? Yeah, absorption hopper. Let's see if we can make that happen. Do I not know how to spell absorption, or... No, this is just spelled wrong. That's not a word. Absorption hopper into... Can we get a sophisticated upgrade of some sort? Yes. Basic to nether tier, needs a basic to diamond tier, needs a basic to gold, basic to iron. Okay. And a barrel, that'll work. So what this is going to have to be, and I'm going to make it like 2 floors so we can at least kind of make up for what a terrible mob farm it's going to be. We will have... Not like that. We'll have 5 along the back. And then how far do those blow? Show area to here. All right. That means here and here. And that will take everything to here. And then, how do I change the mode on this thing? Open stick options. I have set to F15. Okay, whatever. Restriction. Left, right. Will that do what I want? Yes. Except that needs to be open. And then, I mean, same thing, right? We do... We'll have a fan here, and 5 along the back. Okay. Did I do that right? Did I leave 1, 2, 3 floor, 1, 2, 3 floor? Yes. All right, now I just need a bunch of redstone blocks to turn all this on. I'm going to need to set up the absorption hopper in here. The absorption hopper, I guess we can set up. It'll be like right here. Show area. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we need to offset it. What direction am I facing? South? Wrong way. And then east-west by 1. That should do the trick. And we're not pulling in experience, which I do need to get done as well. And that's what this singularity tank is for. And I also just need a bunch of redstone blocks, because we're gonna... Oh yeah, the lever will work. I always forget you can just use levers instead of redstone blocks to power things. I don't know why. Like, levers have been in the game for a long time. And I should really have all of these hooked up to, like, one power setup, but that's effort. And then the mob grinder, I need to get positioned. What is going... Oh, right. I have a fan in there. Duh. Mob grinder... Can I just power this through the... And obviously we would prefer to have, like, Dreadful Dirt or something in here. But that's not gonna happen. Yes, that does power it. Okay. Well, other than the fact that we don't have anything to actually accelerate spawns in here, and we have to rely on mobs spawning on a grand total of, like, 48 squares or something like that. Which isn't a lot. I guess I could make another floor of it, but we should at least start to get some passive hostile mob drops out of it. Oh, that's not what I want to be doing. All right, what was the other thing it wanted me to do for this quest? Singularity tank. I mean, it's dark in there. I guess there's nothing to do but wait. Oh, I'm probably too close to it right now, aren't I? That's the other thing with not having Dreadful Dirt, is I need to stay a little further away. Oh, did I build it too close to my base? I guess I just stand back here. Can I, like, watch the, like, entity count or something? I guess I could make some tinted glass. That's what I should do. And then I can see into it. One moment. Why do I have that setting set? That's a Euphoria Patches thing. Is it here? Opaque tinted glass. No. Maybe it's not a Euphoria Patches thing. Maybe it's a base. I mean, it's cool, but it's not achieving what I want to be achieving. Other IPBR features, mirror-like tinted glass, off. There we go. Now I can see in. Okay. But yeah, I need to be further away from this if it's actually gonna spawn anything. Oh, hey, there we go. We got a zombie. It's trying. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I'm gonna get a little bit more water and step away for a minute. And when we're back, oh, this gave me some upgrades. Oh well. When we're back, we'll figure out what the next thing to work on is. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. All right. I am not really sure what we ought to be pushing on next. I mean, obviously, if we want to get better gear, then that is definitely, we need to get Apotheosis going. Which we might just barely get going with our terrible mob farm. The other thing I can do is go back to... Here, we should set up another portal again. And Let's do that, and let's put this somewhere where I'm not going to have to listen to it all the time, because it drives me freaking crazy. Hey, we're getting some ender pearls. Awesome. That's the important part. Actually, that might be all we need. That was absolutely atrocious block placement. But no, I think I can make... If I make another mob grinder, we can get... You know what? Let's do that before we go to the nether. Let's make another mob grinder. Or I guess I could yoink the one out of there, but whatever. We'll make another one. First of all, I'm going to need this. And then for a mob grinder... Oh, I'm going to need a bunch more swords then. All right, another mob masher. Let's make ourselves another lever. And let's make ourselves another, because I think I just need one Eye of Ender for this. Yes. Which we can make. All right. Let's actually achieve our goals with this gateway pearl this time. And then we will have all of the passive mobs that we want. And maybe we could set them up in HNN. Doesn't matter. But... if we drop this gateway pearl... we should be able to just do this. And I think they're going to see me, and they're going to come right for me. My concern is that this won't work for spiders. It doesn't work so good for spiders. But... oh, did the spiders survive? Of course they did. Oh, come on! I'm gonna fail this. Because I'm not gonna be able to get to this stupid spider. Okay, we're good. We got it. See? And this is where I die. One enemy left. Where is it? There we go. We did it! Nope. Wave 4, starting soon. And I'm dead. And I'm dead! Why am I so bad at this game? I mean, they're at least going to mash themselves, which is great. Maybe I let them mash themselves and I try to deal with the spiders. All right, can I kill all these spiders in 20 seconds? We're about to find out. Okay. Okay. We're spawning things down here, which is not really what I wanted. I was hoping everything would spawn up there. The pig I can actually kill, because I have enough pigs. It's the sheep and the chickens that I want to make sure I keep. And the cows, I guess. All right, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, some of these guys are not going to be happy, but don't let the chickens fall. Yeah, they'll crawl out from under this, won't they? My beautiful, nice railings are not going to work for chickens. Let's just deal with that. All right, and hopefully that's all the fighting that we have to do the whole freaking game. Because we have enough mobs here now that we can absolutely get HNN set up for all the passive mobs and just never worry about them ever again. And that pig we're just going to deal with. The ones that escaped I'm not worried about. There's enough in the pen still. Okay. What is this? Oh, kill 10 spiders. All right. What did I get for it? Ooh, some slime. That's actually helpful. What else are we sitting on? We got some early apotheosis. Yeah. I guess we did get an apotheosis gem, didn't we? We did. All right, let's work on, in that case, hostile neural networks. And let's get our pig model up to I want to keep 2 of them alive. Three remaining, it says. Problem is, it's very hard to target just the pigs in here. You know what? Let's just get rid of these ones. And then we will get one more in here if I can try to find a lone pig. Maybe. There we go. Basic pig data. That's all we need. And we got to do that for all of the other passive mobs too, which is going to involve breeding them up, of course. Model framework. What do we need for these? Some repeaters. One for cows, one for chickens, and we want one for sheep. And we are going to have to breed up duplicates of some of these animals for sure. But I don't know why you're down here. What do we got going on in here? Anything good? Maybe. Let's get these in for cows and sheep. And then again, we want to be careful not to kill everything, but we can definitely afford to kill some things. Yeah, it looks like we got like 6 of each animal, which would be just enough for the model, but I want to make sure to leave a couple alive. So we are going to have to breed them up. We should have, I don't know, actually, do I have wheat? Or did I turn it all into, no, we don't have wheat. Let's grab some wheat seeds, which we will turn into wheat. Let's also just sleep, because I don't know how many days it's been, and I don't want to get eaten by phantoms. Okay. I think it's going to take a little bit more to have enough of everything. We do have plenty of chickens. I can get rid of, I guess, 2 adult cows, because I have 1 adult and 1 child. Yeah. But let's be careful about where things are. Because swords! How are we doing? 4 chickens, 4 cows, 2 sheep. I can get rid of 2 sheep. I can get rid of 1 more chicken. I can get rid of 2 more chickens. We have 2 baby chickens. But the chickens keep hanging out with the pigs. I guess I could switch to an axe. Or I could just punch the chickens to death. So I don't have sweeping edge. Let's grab our axe. We have an axe. More targeted firepower. All right, we've got 2 cows, 2 pigs, 2 sheep. One of them's a baby. And 2 baby chickens, which means I can do that. We have 2 of everything. Are any of our data models ready? 4. Chicken is ready. Cow is almost ready. Okay. With a chicken data model... What is this? Oh, I have leather. Yeah. Leather means I can make books, and that's one of the big things. But we should be able to start thinking about more of hostile neural networks, right? And make a simulation chamber? Sure. We actually need 2 of them. Oh, we don't have any ender pearls. All right. Or redstone torches, apparently. Yeah, we need ender pearls. Let's go see how many ender pearls we have down at the terrible, terrible mob farm. 1. And it's 4 fragments to make a full-size pearl? Yeah. Well, that's gonna be... I think our bottleneck. Well, that's not entirely true, right? I have chickens now. And if I have chickens, we can make dreadful dirt. Do we have enough XP down at the mob farm is really the question. Yes. All right. And then I need a bunch of seeds. I don't really care which ones. Let's grab the most boring ones possible. Because I need these chickens to grow up, and I need to, we need to grow up these chickens. And I probably don't want this mob masher in here anymore. That's more likely to cause problems than to help, isn't it? All right, breed those two. Now we have a baby chicken. And a rotten egg. And I lost the block that goes on there. Ugh. What do we think? Are they going to try to get out of here? They're absolutely going to try to get out of here, aren't they? Let's see if we have enough dirt or if I have to grab some from the ceiling. We have 13. We want like 25. So yes, I will have to grab some from the ceiling. I don't have a shovel. How do I not have a shovel? It's such a weird thing to not have. Okay. Oh, I don't need to show your area anymore. Oh, the top floor is still on. The top floor is still on. That should turn the top floor off? Question mark? Just having a hole in the wall? Not that we should need the top floor anymore once we're done here. There we go. That's what we want to see. Beautiful. Couple more ender pearls. So now I should be able to make the simulation chamber. Yes. Oh, and it gives me a little bit of extra. All right, I don't know what to do with that, but cool. Oh, somebody spawned with a backpack with a record player in it. Let's do this. Actually, we turn off all of these, which I don't love to do while there's still someone in there that needs murdering. Oh yeah, it's awful in there. Let's make it daytime so stuff stops spawning. All right, there we go. I've got enough light in there now that this floor at least is not spawning. I do need to turn off the upper floor again. There we go. That guy's dead. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to set this up as a mute area here. So if I come into like the middle of this room, set the anchor here, set the radius to like 5. And then can I set this to just like mute everything, or do I just kind of have to go through and zombie villager death, hurt, step within this range, zombie step, zombie death, creeper primed, zombie hurt. I guess I can just search for hurt, right? Sure. And same thing with death. All right. That should do what I needed to do. Hopefully. We'll find out. Now I should be getting no horrible sounds. We're getting some horrible sounds. Oh, whoops. I was just doing that in not the main. What? Is this a slime chunk? Well, I definitely need to fix that missing torch if this is a slime chunk. I mean, cool, I guess, if it is a slime chunk, that's a useful thing, but also mildly annoying. cool. We're definitely going to want to start filtering out, like, pants and just armor in general, and we should be able to start feeding that stuff to Apotheosis, right? But we've got a couple more ender pearls. Let's keep working on hostile neural networks. That's because one of the things that we need to get going is leather. And we should be able to do that in a loot fabricator, perhaps? Yeah. From cow predictions. Cow predictions make lots of... All right, and I need to make prediction matrices. Yes. Prediction matrix. Make a bunch of them. Output onto the matrix, some kind of generalized prediction, blah, blah, blah. And then we want a loot fabricator, which I should also be able to make. Yeah. All right. And I guess we should be able to just drop this stuff up where we have power. I could make a flux point and have power anywhere I wanted, but we're going to keep doing this. Oh, I don't have my cow model's not all the way up to date, is it? No. Okay. Let's get the cow model going, because I need leather. Cool. Basic tier cow model is done. If we throw that in there and throw in the prediction matrices, model accuracy is 0.05, so I guess we expect 1 in 20 to make. Yeah, but there's at least our generalized overworld predictions, which we can use for some things, but not for, like... I was going to say not for anything useful. Prismarine shards is nice. We're going to need Prismarine shards for Apothic enchanting. I mean, one of the paths through Apothic enchanting. So... just have to wait for this to get lucky and to spit out an actual cow prediction. Turn that off. Sorry. We also do have... what? We have a couple more models, right? We have the chicken and the pig. I need ender pearls, but I do have them down here. I hope. Yes. So we're just going to go ahead and get all of our overworld mobs running, and hopefully this won't suck down way too much power. And, oh, I need to make a bunch more prediction matrices, of course. How could I forget? And we are going to end up with a bunch of overworld predictions that I don't know if I'm going to have a use for right away. I guess we can turn them into iron ingots. We can convert them to nether predictions if we want. Which lets us do... we need those for fabrication directives. Okay. So that's worth doing the up conversion, I guess. We can make soul sand, blaze rods, which are useful. And we can also upgrade them to ender predictions, which, again, fabrication directives. We can make ender pearls with slime. End stone. It does multiply end stone at the cost of a lot of overworld predictions to get them fully up-leveled. Okay. I don't know what to work on next. It might be time to call it a day, actually. This has been almost a 6-hour stream. I hear slimes. Which probably means that I can make a slime prediction, actually, if I were to make another blank pattern. Since we're spawning a bajillion slimes in this world. But it also means that I just need to light this downstairs better, I guess. At least slime balls aren't a problem anymore. Catalyzing gland. We have a bunch of inferium essence, so we'll be able to get into mystical agriculture. We're getting a bunch of redstone from witches. Some sugar. Yeah, we've got a lot now that we have a real mob farm. Like, so much that I have been unable to do easily is now opened up to me. And maybe the thing to do is to think about end cake and getting into the end. Or we want to get into maybe we want to get into apotheosis first. Because at this point, I think with netherite upgrades, we should be able to make all the modium smithing templates and then start upgrading them. And if we're going to do that, then we can get like all the modium weapons and armor pretty easily because we should have quite a bit of... All right, not heaps of all the modium yet, but like... Considering I used 80 of it to make some carrots, we're certainly making it at a reasonable pace. And is there an all the modium... Oh, that's disgusting. All right, it needs 9 blocks of all the modium and heaps of sand. But the answer is yes, we absolutely can do this. So maybe we let it save up for that. 9 blocks is only 81 nuggets, so we actually have enough nuggets. It's going to be the sand that's going to be awful. How many X does it need to be? 5X sand. We've got a 3X. There's definitely better ways to do this. Yeah, 3X, and we need a 5X. That's gonna take a while. Probably I could throw a upgrade on this drawer so that it can just hold a lot more cobblestone, right? Because the generator is always running in the background, and that drawer is always full. But if we give it an upgrade so that we can have a larger stack of cobblestone in it, then what we can let it do is, you know, we'll keep working towards getting this to a 5X compressed cobblestone that I can just break apart once with a hammer down into a 5X gravel and then sand. Although I forget how that works. If I do one of these and we grab our compressed mining hammer. Yeah, okay, it drops a 3X gravel. Cool, now I have that to deal with. Although I do need sand, so I'm actually going to uncompress that. We're going to do the same thing with these two. And then we will recompress, or we'll compress a bunch of cobblestone. Let's add the recipes for it. I need more blank patterns. Oh, we don't have... Well, actually... Should I start to get some smelting patterns up on the system? I feel like I should. Let's take this whole thing apart. Okay. Oh, I need to finish cleaning up that pig pen, too. Literal pig pen. We got 1 chicken prediction, 3 cow predictions, and a pig prediction. And did we just spawn another zombie with a backpack? Oh. That was a good one. Did we get the disc for it? That's the real question. Did we get the disc? Seems like no. They haven't dropped their backpacks or their discs. This is also just absurd. I need to like this better down here with these slimes. Whoa, we got a lot of ender pearls now. That's good to see. So, factory augment, piston. Piston. Factory augment. I actually want 2 of those, so let's do 1 more piston. I need to get some passive, like, wood happening as well. But that's a different thing. We're gonna have 2 emerald furnaces. We're gonna need 1 blasting augment. Which is the redstone actually a blasting recipe? It is. Did I put a blasting augment on that? I did. Okay. Oh, and this is... Whoa, we're fully backed up on redstone. All right. Love to see it. So, let me get our... We're going to need a couple of pattern providers. And we're going to want a flux point. Okay. I'm not using smart cable anywhere, so I honestly have no idea how many channels I have left anywhere in my base. It's gonna be a problem real soon. You know what? Let's find out. This is either gonna work or it's not. It seems to work. I think we're okay. Only one of these needs a blasting augment because the other one is for non-blasting recipes. If we check this, left, top is nothing, front is nothing, right is nothing, back is nothing, bottom is input-output. And then this one is the same. Auto output on. Auto output on. We need a wrench of some description. To get those pointed up. I mean, that should be it, right? We should be able to set recipes now for these. So if we want to make a processing pattern for glass from sand, throw it in there. And I don't remember what I wanted to do that needed glass, but like if we want some quartz glass now, it should say craft 8 available. Yeah, cool. And if we watch, oh, it would help if I gave you power. Sweet. Okay. Sweet, 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 sweet. That is one of the things that I've needed for a while. It does mean that I tore down my entire processing for our whole ore processing got torn down, and that is not as ideal. I might need to put that back up. Because we are still reliant on a lot of these ores currently. I think some of our goals in the medium term should be to be less reliant on sieving. It uses a lot of power and it's slow, for one thing. But also, it's, the Geores can generate much, much faster than... Cool. Yeah, now it's like, yeah, we have sand, so we can make glass, and it'll just craft up all of my blank patterns that I need. Did I throw some? I did throw some predictions in here. All right, we got a bunch of leather. The chicken prediction will make some feathers. And with a pig prediction, oh, all we can make is pork chops with a pig prediction. That's not actually all that useful, is it? Well, fine. Make pork chops. I don't care. We might not run the pig model anymore, honestly. I don't think we need it. But we will keep trying to run the cow model. And we will occasionally run the chicken model when we need feathers. But we need lots of leather for books to start getting an enchanting setup going. So that was the real thing I wanted HNN for. And we achieved that goal. We've got lots of leather. I guess we could start encoding all of the cobblestone patterns. At least up to 5x. And that way, when I say I want a 5x one later on, we can just get it. Do we go up to a 6x? It goes up to a 6x. 7x? I don't actually know what the max is. We're just going to encode them all. All right, 9x. How are we doing on space in our assemblers? We still have plenty-ish. But now I can search for cobblestone. And I can say I want a 5x, because that's what we're going to need to make our all-the-modium Geore. And I'm like, hey. And it says, hey, we need 59,000 cobblestone. And that's when I go check that drawer, because I don't think it can actually hold 59,000. I think it caps at 32,000. Yes. So we need to make a diamond tier upgrade for that. Oh, we have one. Beautiful. I love it when I don't actually have to make another upgrade. All right, now it can store... Oh, that only is 24x. Okay, well, then we'll put both of them in. 786,000. Yeah, there we go. I guess we can also upgrade this block generator. With a faster one. Can we go all the way up to netherite? I think we can go all the way up to netherite. Oh, nope, don't encode it. Oh, yeah, we're gonna need buckets. Not that I think we are going to need huge amounts of cobblestone, like, in the future, but... We need glass. Let's just make a few. Copper. Iron. Gold. Emerald. Diamond. Do we have enough netherite? We do have enough netherite. All right. Netherite tier block generator for our cobblestone generator. Do we need that much cobblestone? I don't know. Maybe. Oh no! Well, shoot. At least it's easy to fix. Right? I have a bucket of lava. I have a bucket of lava. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's making like a stack a second or something like that. More cobblestone than we will ever need. I think is what I'm getting at there. And we got a free obsidian out of it, which doesn't matter because we have an obsidian generator. Yay. All right, I think we wrap it up here. Next time, I think the thing to do is start trying to get into apotheosis and apothic enchanting, because that'll let us get up to netherite upgrade templates and let us get all of our gear up to netherite and allthemodium tier. And that's a good goal before we start thinking about looking at, I mean, I should also think about like maybe finding a good creative flight option, because there's probably a good flight option that I have the tech for at this point. I just haven't looked into it. I also need to get rid of that. Clear death waypoints. There we go. But yeah, getting an allthemodium Geore or 4 set up would be huge as far as like raw resource production goes. And then maybe we can also do that with can we do that with, is there a uraninite Geore? There is a uraninite Geore as well. We need to make a uranium Geore first. Okay. I think with our autocrafting going and a lot of the processing stuff that we have, we can get ourselves to a point where we can push through the power tiers as well. Because our reactor is pretty minimal right now. It's only a basic reactor and it's only like 1,000 FE a tick. But if we could we could definitely push that up some tiers without too much effort, I think. Because yeah, these guys will supply 36k FE a tick to like the overall base with the advanced energy cubes. And we can also, you know, keep pushing ourselves up through mechanism, right? We can set up more of this stuff if we need to. So both of those are going to be important for our power processing. I want to be slowly getting rid of all of this, because this is all just spaghetti. But until we probably have enough ores generated and enough Certus generated that we can start disassembling this system and start switching over to Geores for everything that we can. I think we will also have to do the budding Certus, though, like the old-fashioned way. Anyway, that's all stuff to think about, but that'll be the next time we play, which hopefully will be next week, but we'll see what the schedule ends up being. I've been kind of doing this when I don't know what else to do, so there's no real set schedule for the Minecraft Skyblock. I appreciate everybody who's tuned in, and I appreciate everyone who watches these on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, you know where to find the link to my Twitch. And I'll see everybody on Tuesday for Pi. Ta-ta.